share.
Mariana. Avetsa venyu. Ama ni saa ya Kiafrika. Tunataka kuanza in about 5 minutes. So kama tunaweza kama kuna marafiki tulikuwa tunakuja nao na hawajafika, tunaweza tukawaambia waharakishe kidogo ili tuanze. Najua tuko wengi sana stakeholders wa construction hapa Kakamega. Kwa hivyo tungependa waje kwa wingi zaidi. Nafasi bado ziko. Kwa hivyo tulialika kila mtu ambaye hata public members wote waje. So kama mnajuana na wengine waelezee waje tuanze pamoja. So we'll start in about 5 minutes. So they'll find us already moving. But it's important that because of time, we start off with those who are present and at least do the preliminaries. And thereafter, we will go to the main agenda for the day. Today's session is chaired by our board member on behalf of the chair of the board. He's here with us. He's a member of the board of the National Construction Authority, but he's also accompanied by a committee that is responsible for the delivery of the document and ensuring that we have captured the views of the members, and they will introduce themselves at the appropriate time. My name is Samson Lukoba. I'm the Corporation Secretary and Head of the Legal Department at the National Construction Authority. And I will be your MC today, basically guiding us through the program that we have, and also trying to moderate the plenary. So at this point, I would wish to request for a volunteer to lead us in a word of prayer before we can then do introductions. I don't know if there's anyone who can. Shunet, who is our host in the region. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Let's bow our heads for a word of prayer. Our Heavenly Father, we come before you this morning. We thank you for the gift of life. We thank you for the gift of this meeting. We are here seated for the public participation on the building code. We ask you to be with us as we go through the deliberations that are going to be done today. We hope and pray that everything will run as had been planned. For this we pray to the Lord. Lord Jesus, hear us.
Thank you, QS. The next session is introductions, and we would like to know who is present with us this morning from our stakeholders. So we'll take our microphone, which will be taken round. You can say your name, the institution or company that you come from, so that we can note your presence. Then after that, we'll move to the members of the committee that are present, so that we can know each other. We just wish to inform you that we are live on our YouTube channel. So if you have friends who are not able to make it here physically, you can actually alert them so that they can go to the NCA Kenya YouTube channel and follow the proceedings. And also they can post their comments on that channel, so that we can pick them up and incorporate them in the comments that we are picking from stakeholders. This is a very important session for purposes of the document that we are reviewing. So we look forward to an interactive session during plenary. So if you can kindly just start taking the microphone around so that we can know who is present.
Habari asubuhi. Kwa majina naitwa Joseph Shiwakajo. Asante.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Michael Otechi, and I'm the Clerk of Works for the Kakamega County Teaching and Referral Hospital that is coming up. Thank you.
Naitwa Dan. Nimeletwa na base yangu hapa hivi, anaitwa Jose. Akaniambia nikuje nione mkutano venye inaendelea saa hii. na nikiona kama ikiwa sawa, kazi ikitokelezea mimi namwitanga anakuja anaona kazi. Sawa.
Good morning. My name is John Atamuku, accredited site supervisor in CA.
Good morning. My name is Pius Oyuves from Rayas Constructors, Suppliers and Services Company Limited.
Good morning all. My names are Ainea Mayende, coming from Rayas Contractors, Services and Construction Company. Thank you very much.
All protocol observed. Julius Nyongesa, Rayas Contractors.
Good morning, everyone. So my name is Austin Mwenzi. I represent Kenya Association of Manufacturers, and CAM is a representative body for manufacturers in Kenya, and where we have 14 sectors, and building and construction is one of the sectors. I'm also part of the committee that is doing the public participation and stakeholder engagement with NCA. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Engineer Stephen Nyakondo from the National Construction Authority from the Research Department. I'm part of the committee that is working on this document, and we'll be happy to hear your comments and see how we can be able to make it even much better. Thank you.
QS Shunet, maybe you can.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Meshach Shudet. I'm a conservator. I'm also the regional coordinator, Western Regional Office for the National Construction Authority. I'm looking forward for an interactive forum. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, my name is Peter Kariuki. I'm a QS, past president of the Institute of Quantity Surveyors of Kenya, part of the committee member.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Engineer Shama Kiteme. I'm a civil structural engineer practicing privately. I'm also an elected council member of the Institution of Engineers of Kenya, which is a body society bringing together all engineers in the country. I'm a member of the committee that is involved in drafting the building code, and so that's why I'm here today. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Eva Sawe. I work for the Council of Governors. I'm an advocate by profession. At the council, I support the Urban Development Infrastructure Housing Committee, and that's why I'm here today as a member of the committee. So for me, I'm just looking forward for your comments. I hope you got a draft copy of the construction of the building codes. You've gone through it, and if you've not gone through it, we will still take you through it. We are just here to collect your views on the document and to improve it much further, to have at least a comprehensive document with stakeholders' comments. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Ted Otieno. I'm a mechanical engineer by profession, but I'm also the vice chairperson of Kenya Green Building Society, And so we're looking forward to having an interactive session with you on the building code, especially matters green building and sustainability. Thanks.
Good morning. My name is James Kilonzi. I'm working with the National Construction Authority and part of the team that is working on the draft building regulations. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Francis Mbiti. I'm an electrical engineer by profession. I work with the State Department of Public Works, headquarters Nairobi. I'm currently the acting chief engineer electrical in the same State Department. And I'm a part of the committee which has been developing the National Building Code. Asante sana.
Thank you for those introductions. Once again, my name is Samson Lukoba. I'm the Corporation Secretary and Head of Legal Department at the National Construction Authority. So at this time, I would wish to invite our team leader, who is going to give us his welcoming remarks, and also invite the chair of the session to officially open the session before we can start with the main business of the day. So, karibu GM.
Thank you so much, Samson. Once more, good morning. I think I've introduced myself. My name is James Kilonzi, and I'm working with the NCA as a general manager. And I'm here as a team leader for the committee that is taking us through the process of public participation for the Western region today. And the day before yesterday, we were in Kisumu, also for a similar exercise. I think what we are doing is a constitutional requirement. That's the reason we are doing it, basically to create awareness and also get views from the public on the draft regulations. Because in one way or the other, they are going to affect our way of life. And with the new requirements with the Constitution, you can't just wake up and make laws that are going to affect people's life without taking into account their views or their comments. So that's the main objective why we are here. So I just want to welcome you to today's session. And we are looking forward to actually a fruitful engagement here in Kakamega, covering the entire Western region. The target for this region is, I think we had factored in Kakamega County, Vihiga, Bungoma, Trans Nzoia, and Busia for this region. And we are looking forward to getting your views in relation to the building code. Let me also take this opportunity and welcome the team that is joining us online. You can also post your comments there, and we will be able to keep a track on them and get them on board our document as we go to finalize on the report for this session. So I think my job was basically to welcome you to the session and invite the chair of the session, who is a board member for the authority, to officially open the meeting so that we can proceed with the other business of the day. So welcome so much, Professor, to make your remarks. Thank you.
Members, will this be okay, or I make my way to the other side? Are you able to see me? Might appear to be short here. Okay. Or the others coming? So I wait for them. I can see those. I rather go up there. No, Kenya is a democratic society, so you go by what the majority are saying. I hope he's representing the majority. I'm physically fit, and therefore I can still make my way to the other side. So with that request, I think members, let me just go to the other side. Thank you, the team leader. Thank you, CS, the MC of today. The building code committee members with the chair of that committee, the contractors, the supervisors, the consultants, the public, our great team that is following us virtually, this stakeholder engagement, representatives from the county governments, the county government of Kakamega, which is represented here by the clerk of works, and maybe other members who are coming, the management of Kakamega Golf Hotel, all other protocols, distinguished guests, good morning. May I take this chance first to convey the greetings of all our board members, led by our chair, QS David Gaido. They are also engaged in all other forums like this one in other regions. We have decided to go 222 every region, and therefore this one of today is also going on with that one of Nyeri. Yes, and that one of Nyeri. The Kisumu one was together with that one of Mombasa, and therefore we had to divide ourselves so that we can be represented in all these regions where this activity is taking place. As already been told, I'm Pelitia Godric Matthews. I'm one of the board member of National Construction Authority. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to give you a brief of why you are here, and want to thank you, first of all, for sparing your busy schedule. I know you are busy people. You could have been in other important functions outside there, but you felt like this is key. You wanted to write your own history, to be part and parcel of those ones who have given their comments that have enriched this document, a document that will be used by so many generations, a document that will shape the construction industry in Kenya. So the noble task that you are undertaking now, you are writing your history, and nobody can easily erase that. So being here, we acknowledge and appreciate so much. In terms of the hygiene of this place, the National Construction Authority does not go anywhere. It does first. It has to verify, confirm that the place that we congregate with our partners is a safe place, and want to assure the place that we are seated is safe. We are observing the COVID-19 guidelines as given by the Ministry of Health, and therefore there's nothing to worry about. So with this, to this occasion that we have today, is just to highlight that the building sector in Kenya is regulated and primarily by the building code, fiscal planning laws, and other related statutes. The current building code dates back to 1968. I believe this majority of us could have not been born, or maybe even if you are born, maybe you are still young, you could not have appreciated the document. So you can see when it was drafted and when it was implemented. The outdated Building Code of 1968 governing the building sector is inadequate, lacking effective and objective controls and enforcement mechanisms. It has thus become a major impediment to the development of the built environment. Several instances of building failures and collapses have led to death and loss of innocent lives and property. This one, I believe all of you are aware if you live in this Republic of Kenya. And therefore, the reason why we are here to make this document meet the tastes and preferences of the current environmental situation. The need to review the 1968 Building Code arose following construction collapses that were witnessed in this country in the 1960s. In 1996, the then Dr. Mtiso-led commission did a study tasked to examine the existing building laws, bylaws, and regulations and make recommendations with a view to prevent instances similar to the collapse of the Sunbeam building and make appropriate recommendations. Ladies and gentlemen, since then, several attempts made to revise the building code have been piecemeal and have not made the desired results, nor have they been fully embraced by various stakeholders. On 20th April 2009, the then coalition government launched a task force committee to review and harmonize laws and regulations governing the building and construction industry. The task force came up with a comprehensive and integrated draft building regulations 2009. The regulations were never adopted nor implemented. We are yet to appreciate that reason. The background of this code, the Building Code 2020, arose in October 2019, where the Cabinet gave direction to finalize and adopt the Building Code of Kenya. In this connection, the National Construction Authority Act number 41 of 2011 was to be amended to anchor the Building Code and enforce it. This was done through the Business Laws Amendment Act of 20 March 2020. In line with the above, the Principal Secretary, State Department for Public Works, where we are housed as National Construction Authority, on 25th November 2019, appointed a committee to guide the review and finalization of the draft building code. And this committee is here, the great minds. You have seen how they introduce themselves. They are not all of them here. They are also in other regions. They had also to divide themselves. And you are lucky. Kakamega, Kisumu, you are lucky because you got the great minds here and utilize the mind that is here today. Give them your views. And these are great people. They will be able to incorporate your views. The views that are being collected everywhere in all regions of this Republic of Kenya will make their way to this code or the building code, and it will eventually be legislated and or gazetted, and all of you will be having a feel of what you have put in place today. Further, the National Construction Authority was tasked to steer and coordinate the review process. Now, whatever the task that we are doing now, we are doing it as mandated, and that's the reason why we are here with this committee to ensure that we get pertinent or salient issues that are emanating from your side. Ladies and gentlemen, since the launch, the committee has held several workshops to review the various thematic areas and consulted key stakeholders, including professional associations, government agencies, Council of Governors are represented here. One of the great mind is here, private sector, and other interested groups. This resulted in the endorsement of the draft Building Code 2020. The Office of the Attorney General reviewed the draft building code and has approved it for stakeholder engagement and public participation. We endeavor to reach out to all stakeholders, both physically and virtually, and that's why we had to recognize the colleagues who are not able to make it here because of the Ministry of Health guidelines, and that's the reason why we are encouraging their views, that their views that they are airing or they are writing down. Our team here is incorporating that, and will inform that document that we shall actually be able to share, and the committee will be collecting all that information so that they can improve in this building code 2020. The outcomes of this, maybe most of you are asking, it's expected the operationalization of this draft building code 2020 will achieve a healthier, safer, more convenient build environment and promote optimal use of resources. And when we talk about resources, we have no comfort of resources. The resources continue to be scarce, and that's why we say optimal use of the resources that we have. It is worth noting that the adoption and implementation of the draft building code will result in the following outcomes. 1, or A, enhanced professionalism and reduction of corruption. B, streamlined building approvals. C, enhanced accountability with qualified persons. D, reduction of construction claims due to clarity of the roles of all parties. E, enhanced collaboration, coordination among the actors. F, the shift from prescriptive material to a performance-based regime will enable creativity, new technologies, and materials. G, will attract increased investors in the construction industry due to a predictable framework which will lead to industrialization of buildings. H, promote a safe, planned, attractive, and inclusive build environment. I will allow revision every 5 years to adapt to changing micro and macro environments. We are not going to stay like now the one that we have, which we are referring to as 1968. We are saying after your amendments and it is gazetted, immediately the National Construction Authority will start collecting the views. And we are saying that after the 5-year cycle is over, members will engage you again, and all that we could have collected by then will inform a revision or amendment so that it is within or it meets the changes that we shall be encountering. Ladies and gentlemen, the J part of that outcome or the benefits is provide for construction risk management in the built environment. K, apply to all human settlements in Kenya without segregation and discrimination. This is just to be in line with the provisions of the Constitution of Kenya. In conclusion, specific roles of National Construction Authority in implementation of the building regulation, which we are calling Building Code, it will be as follows. 1, overall coordination of the implementation of the building regulations of Kenya. Issuance of guidelines on aspects that relate to construction safety, construction processes, building materials and equipment, among others. Carry out mandatory inspection of all ongoing construction projects. Quality assurance to ensure adherence to standards. Monitoring to ensure all stakeholders participate adequately. Ladies and gentlemen, if all these will be coordinated by the National Construction Authority with your participation and your enrichment of this document, it will make our work so easy, and it will make the environment we live in safe, and we shall be happy to utilize the scarce resources in a manner that will please each one of you, and the value for money will be achieved. I therefore urge all stakeholders who are engaging, who are interrogating this document, both physically now here and those following us virtually, to interrogate the draft building regulation 2020 and submit comments and views in order to further enrich the document. With that, members, I want to declare that this stakeholder engagement committee held at this place, Kakamega Golf Hotel, is officially opened. God bless you.
Thank you, Chair, for those for remarks, and also for declaring this session officially open. I believe we can now move on to the main activity of the day, which will be the presentation of the draft National Building Regulations, also known as the Building Code 2020. As has been said, the revision is basically for a document that is well overdue in terms of currency, because the code that we are currently utilizing is a code that was enacted sometime in 1968, which is quite long for any sector to grow. Of course, it is focused on the built environment, the buildings specifically. I know as a regulator, NCA covers many other areas, but in this particular instance, we are focusing on buildings, which would be an area that touches the lives of a majority of the citizens of the country. So it's very important that we listen to the presentation and get an idea of how it's going to affect us. It is definitely going to have a major impact on how we do our work as contractors, as professionals, and as the members of the public who are consumers of the products that are produced by this industry, by this sector, the construction industry, the built environment. So it's very important that we listen. It is an important area for even a student who is probably learning any of the fields of related to construction. So if you're in university and or a technical college training to be a practitioner in the built environment, this is a document that you must be well versed with. So it's important that we all listen keenly and make comments that are related to the document as it is being produced. I know there are those who may have issues with NCA. So I think from the beginning, let us be clear that today we are not going to discuss NCA. We are not going to discuss licensing issues, isn't it? Today we are going to discuss issues related with the building code. If you have any issue to do with licensing, we'll create an appropriate forum where we will discuss NCA matters. But today we are discussing a document that touches on regulation of the built environments. So without too much ado, I want to invite our presenter for the day, who is none other than Engineer Shama Kiteme. As he introduced himself, Engineer Shama is a practicing engineer. He's got private practice, but he's also a council member of the Institution of Engineers of Kenya. But over and above that, he has worked very closely with the National Construction Authority through this committee in drafting the document that is being discussed today. So, Engineer, karibu, and take us through the presentation so that we can then receive comments from our stakeholders. There should be a microphone right there. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Bwana Wakili, and the MC of the session. Thank you very much, Chair, Professor, for this opportunity. I want to appreciate everyone who has come for this engagement, and say that the document we are looking at is about 356 pages. It is quite big, and I want to trust that you are able to get it through downloading from the NC website or otherwise. So what you're going to do is just run through a summary of what the document is, so that we have a basis of engagement today. The most important part of today is really hearing from you your thoughts about the document, that we can be able to go retreat and look at them and see what we can include in the document and what cannot be included with a reason. So the purpose of today is really to enrich the document, because it is going to be applicable to everyone. Now, you add value to the process by giving your views about the regulation. So I'll take us through a brief history and the content of the draft, and then the head of legal in NCA, who is MC today, will take us through the way forward so that we know the next steps. Now, the chair of the session, Professor, has already given a short history about the fact that the existing code was enacted in 1968 under the Repealed Local Government Authority Act. He has also alluded to the fact that a committee was formed in 1996 after the Sunbeam building collapse. And since then, the building code has actually been under review. Now, as a matter of fact, in our legal processes, and I think we have a lawyer here, not one actually, every instrument has to be reviewed at least once in every 10 years to check its relevance, and if it is not relevant, to be struck off or to be enhanced. And I think that is in accordance with the Statutory Instruments Act. With the 2010 Kenya Constitution, there was a need to find a new home for the building code. And that's what has been mentioned by the chair of the session, Professor, that the cabinet directed that building code be under NCA, which is created under the National Construction Act, number 41 of 2011. And so the cabinet directed the NCA to move towards the finalization of the building code and eventually its enforcement. Now, the National Building Code 2020 has been developed through participation of various stakeholders. Professional associations in the built environment have been involved, academia and consulting professionals. It has been taken through processes to fulfill the requirements of Statutory Instruments Act number 23 of 2013, which really gives guidelines on the processes every instrument that has a force of law has to undergo. Now, the document is now widely available in the NCA website. I hope you found it there. You can download it there and you can read it for yourself. And what you are going through is a session or a period of getting feedback from the public about it. Parallel to this, no, not just parallel, but as part of complying with the requirements of SIA, there has to be done something called statutory impact assessment. What is the impact of this regulation once enacted? And that is also a process that the authority has to carry. And then once all that is finished or concluded, a formal report is taken to Parliament, a committee on delegated legislation, which now is the constitutional way of taking through any instrument that has a force of law to become a law in the country. Next. So I will just take us through the various parts of the code in a few minutes. Now part 1 has definitions and preliminaries, and there are various definitions of operational words used in the document. You will find a definition of an architect, a definition of a conservancy tank, a definition of an engineer, you know, a definition of a fire damper. So those are defined in the preliminaries and part 1. The code has actually been deliberately designed to be performance-based and not prescriptive, so that it tells you the expected performance of whatever you're doing to construct. If you're constructing a floor, somewhere it will tell you the floor should be non-slippery. It does not tell you the floor must be of tiles. Okay. Now, this is a very good step to enhance innovation and creativity in the industry, so that the industry players, they are responding to performance aspects, and whatever can meet the expectations, then it meets the standards as set by the Standards Act, Cap 496, then it's acceptable. The purpose of the code is to promote order and safety in construction works and health and safety of persons in or about construction works. And this is very important. I've heard there are contractors here. You know, site safety is very important. And so the document is really geared towards that. The scope of the code is design, construction, operation, maintenance, and demolition of buildings. So all that is covered in the code. Standards for building materials, systems, and services, standards for operations and disaster management in construction sites, and safety and security of users and occupants of buildings. Next, please. Now, the National Building Code 2020 is actually an adaptive law. What does that mean? It means it's a law that is created at a national level, but Kakamega County has a space to adapt it as it suits it. It is not something that is being rammed into everyone, from Lodwar to Lamu, from Narok to Wajir. It is something, there is a space and room for the counties to adapt it as it suits their unique setting, okay? And it focuses largely on building control. Building control as compared to development control. Development control focuses on approval, you know, and looking around the built environment in terms of what can be built where. But the building control narrows down into, now you have already been given an approval to build. So what? How do you build? Am I communicating? So that there's that distinction. And so it works in harmony with Physical Land Use and Planning Act, for example, which focuses on development control. It also works in the framework which appreciates the other laws that are existing, like the Standards Act, Cap 496, Kenya Roads Act 2007, the Water Act 2016, the Public Health Act, CAP 242, EMCA, Environmental Management and Coordination Act of 1999, OSH Act 2007, Energy Act, among others. So really, it's a law that recognizes other aspects of regulation that are existing in the country. It's not working in isolation. Now, part 2 of the draft is about siting and space about buildings, and it describes the siting and space about buildings to ensure health and safety of users. Very important. It stipulates compliance with planning requirements. It defines aspects of frontage, obstruction of view, and means of access. And if you look at paragraph that 6 as you're seated there now, if you heard the code, it states that a building shall not be erected in a manner that reduces the quantity of light and air available to another building, which has been erected in accordance with this code. One of my clients called me very frustrated because he had built somewhere a building. It's a residential place, and you know that is just ground floor and first floor. Then someone just decided to come and put up a 6-story building near his neighbor. He was very frustrated because now you wouldn't have privacy of that building. You understand? So provision to make sure that there is some sense of order. You cannot create, you become a nuisance to your neighbor. Part 3 talks about parking spaces, and it stipulates the requirements for parking and external circulation. And it specifies the minimum requirements for ramps, for example, and give parking recommendations. Very important for the safety of the users of, ramps, you know. And I picked paragraph 42, which talks about a barrier being formed or erected so that a vehicle is restricted from accessing a roof, a ramp, or a floor that is part of a building. Next, please. Part 4 talks about site preparation, and paragraph 49 says, before the erection, alterations, scaffolding, or demolition of a building, the owner of the plot on which the building is located shall erect a fence, hoarding, or barricade. And this is to prevent the public from entering the plot and to protect the public from activities at the plot. Now you would assume this is normal. Si ukijenga unatengeneza hiyo hoarding, si ndio? Ndio mtu asiingie huko. Okay? But it has been put into law so that now it's a requirement. It's not just a practice we do. And so site safety is a very key consideration. The owner has responsibility to limit dust and noise causing nuisance and handling construction waste. So it is now provided in law that dust and noise from a construction site should not just become a nuisance to everyone. Are you together? This is very important, and you all, I know you know that. Next, please. Another important one is actually the provision for kitchen and sanitation facilities. Kitchen and sanitary facilities. So that utapeleka watu kwa mjengo ni ujawaletea choo. Tuko pamoja? Very important. Next. Part 4 talks about building materials, and it specifies that building materials to be used shall comply with the Standards Act, CAP 496. This is the law under where Kenya Bureau of Standards falls under. And it's a very important aspect of making sure that every construction material meets some standard. Sawa sawa. Kama ni simiti, kama ni chuma, hizo zote they meet some standard. Even the wash closets, zile za choo unatumia, they meet some standard. Next, please. Part 6 talks about structural design. Have we jumped part 5? Okay, then you go to the structural design. So the building shall be designed to comply with Eurocode. Now, how many engineers here, structural engineers? Yes. So we are now moving from British standards to Eurocodes. And that is very important for structural engineers especially. And the structural design shall comply with the requirements of limit state design, ultimate limit state, and serviceability limit verification. Now, for those who are structural engineers, they know that design philosophies are different. Permissible stress, load factor method, but all of those, limit state design philosophy is the superior of them all. And so the code has gone for the most superior design philosophy, which is limit state design philosophy. Now, very important, inspections and paragraph 46, the civil engineer referred into paragraph 1 shall by means of inspections carried out at intervals deemed necessary in accordance with the accepted professional practice satisfy the structure has been erected in accordance with the approved design. So inspections have to be carried out so that we don't not only have a design, but we make sure the construction is done based on the design. Now you have to talk to me because I am an active speaker. Sawa sawa. The building is erected according to the design. Siku peana drawing na unakaa hapo unakaa. You have to go on site to make sure that the construction is done according to the design. Next, please. And so adequate supervision and quality control shall be provided at all stages of construction, of design and construction of structural work. Very important. And there's a provision requiring geotechnical investigations so that you understand the behavior of the soil you are building a building. Sawa sawa. Next, please. Part 7 talks about space within buildings. It describes, for example, the height of the building. Now I can estimate this building is plus 3 meters, maybe 3.2, 3.5 meters. There are buildings unainua mkono hivi unashika ceiling. Are you together? So the code is telling you, look, there is a minimum height that we should have from where I'm seated to the ceiling of the room. And you know that contributes to breathing space, pleasantness in sitting in that room, so that you're not somewhere and you're boiling because the space from the floor to the ceiling is very short. Are you together? So the minimum dimensions of a landing lobby, they are provided. Minimum space requirements for rooms are also provided. And there's a provision on paragraph 99 that you must provide barrier so that if you have a swimming pool like the one we have there, someone will not just be walking from the street, they stay there and they fall in there and die. Next, please. Part 8 is about floors, and there's a consideration for black cotton soil and the way it affects our floors. I'm not sure Kakamega black cotton soil, does it? It does, huh? So there's a consideration for that. And floors are also supposed to be non-slippery. You know, there are places you walk and you're told, please watch, slippery floor. The code is saying you cannot have a building and really you leave a slippery floor. You must take care of that. And we know people have died through falling. Sindio? Unatembea, unaslide, unaanguka hivi, you die. So this is a very important provision. Next, please. Part 9 talks about walls, foundation walls, retaining walls, and load-bearing walls are discussed. There is an express prohibition from using hollow blocks to construct substructure foundation walls, and for a reason. Because they can take in water and compromise the structure. So there are provisions on walls on part 9. Next, please. Part 10 is on lighting and ventilation, and this is a very important one. Paragraph 137 says, a room shall have a means of lighting and ventilation which shall enable the room to be used without detriment to the health or safety or causing nuisance for the purpose for which the building is designed. In Kisumu, I gave them an example of a friend of mine, actually a former colleague, who was telling me, look, I worked in an environment with poor lighting, and because of that, I have to wear specs because his eyesight was affected. You understand? And that can be an occupational safety issue. So that you're working in an environment which does not give you proper lighting, and so you are permanently affected. And so sufficient light, natural lighting shall be provided in a building, while artificial lighting is also provided to supplement as it is necessary. Energy efficiency, environmental design considerations, and renewable energy based on the Energy Act 2019 are also provided for. Next, please. Part 11 talks about glazing and cladding. Safety and safe installation of glazing is considered. For example, if you see that this room has a lot of light, and there's a lot of glass, but to what thickness should you have a glass of certain dimensions? Am I communicating? So that that clause or that part now talks about the safety and ways of working with glass safely. So glazing thickness for curtain walling is limited to 6 millimeters, for example, and specifications for sizes and thermal check requirements are also provided, and the responsible architect or civil engineer shall receive from the specialist manufacturers a warranty. That is as per paragraph 190. A warranty that a full thermal movement safety check has been carried out related to the unbroken areas of glazing. Very important. Next, please. I need to mention here that they look a lighter provision. But there was a narrative that, you remember the bomb blast of 1998? People were killed more by the glass brockages than the actual, impact itself. Not killed more, they were injured more. More people were injured by the glass, by the flying glass after the impact than the blast itself, because the building never collapsed anyway. So glazing is very important. Part 12 talks about staircase, lifts, and escalators. And there's a provision on paragraph 200 that a building which exceeds 1 story in height shall have at least 1 staircase to access the upper floors. Now, that is not to be taken lightly. It's very easy to construct a building in Okutuko first floor and you have no means of access. You know what I'm saying? So the provision is deliberate. Okay? A building shall have a means of escape in case of an emergency. That is as per paragraph 204. As may be required by the intended use of the building. If it's a building you are going to collect people, or people are going to gather many, there has to be a proper emergency escapes. Are you together? And that is expressly provided. The dimensions for staircase in domestic and public buildings are provided. Special staircase firefighting, for firefighting are considered. And a very important provision, staircases shall have a handrail. Are you together? So that when you are walking, sometimes you need to be aided to walk. And so the handrail is a very important safety feature. A lift well shall be exclusively used for a lift. That is paragraph 233. The paragraph also talks about access to machine or pulley rooms for repairs and maintenance. Consideration for escalators and firefighting lifts are clearly provided for. And another very important thing, warning signs regarding lift pits are given. And you will appreciate if you fall into a lift pit, when the lift is not there, chances of you surviving are rare, depending on the height of the building. Sawa sawa? Next, please. Part 13 talks about roofs. And considerations for design of roofs is provided. Paragraph 251 talks about where nominally flat roof or boarded or concrete structure of boarded or concrete construction is used, it shall have an impervious surface and laid to a fall not less than 1 in 50. That basically talks about if you have a flat roof, what should you look at and performance expectations. Now, you know roofs can start leaking and there is moisture, then there is mold growing, and you know mold is not healthy, right? In fact, it is said that black mold, sometimes we allow our buildings to become moist. Black mold can cause brain damage, and brain damage is usually permanent. And so, next please. Those are very important provisions for health and safety of occupants of buildings. Part 14 talks about water services, drainage, waste disposal, and stormwater. Now, rainwater harvesting is provided for. Very important. The guidelines for the discharge of sewage are also provided. Provisions for wash closets and appurtenances are provided with reference to the correct standards, if it is American standards, Kenya standards, which is a correct standard. Very important for a designer, mechanical engineers, very, very useful for you. There's a discussion on conservancy tanks, septic tanks, and soak pits, and the appropriate means of disposal of overflow from septic tanks and stuff like that. Now, information on hydraulic loads for drainage pipes, is your mechanical engineer is a very useful tool for your design. And they are referenced even in the tables, which is in the schedules. Clearly, if you have a size 100 mm or 4-inch pipe, if you have a size 6-inch pipe or 150 mm, the hydraulic loading that you can subject it to. Paragraph 285 says, the owner of a plot shall provide suitable means for the control and disposal of stormwater which may run off from the construction works. Hauwezi kubaliwa nyumba yako inamwaga maji kutoka juu na inaenda kwa neighbor. Unaelewa? The code does not allow you. Unamwaga maji kwa neighbor. You must institute means of proper stormwater management. Am I communicating? So, guidelines on design of sewers is also provided, and all effluent which on disposal, which is discharged into the environment or a public sewer shall be compliant with the Environment Management and Coordination Act of 1999. Very important. You cannot start sending a very strong sewage into public sewer. You have to comply because there are guidelines provided in MCA. Next, please. Part 15 talks about electrical installations. Very important. Standards for electrical installations. Cables, the guidelines on the circuit breakers. And paragraph 326 is breaking capacity designed by a qualified electrical engineer. Circuit breakers. An electrical circuit and sub-circuit shall be protected against excess current by a fuse, circuit breaker, or another similar device, which is designed by an electrical engineer to avoid electrical accidents that can cause death. Sawa. People have been shocked and died. So, protection against lightning is also provided, and I know there is lightning issues in Kakamega and Western generally. That is provided in the document. Lightning has struck cows, they have died, and people have also died. Standards for that is provided for. Yeah, next please. Part 16 talks about landscaping, and these are innovative way of encouraging us to do beautiful environments of our building. Landscaping well, so that we have places to rest, to bask, in green grass and stuff like that. That is provided in the code. That a soft landscaping area of at least 20% of the plot area shall be provided with trees, vegetation, or permeable paving surfaces. I know elsewhere in other jurisdictions, for example in the US, there's a limitation that you must provide grass area where water can percolate into the ground and all that. This is an attempt towards that. And furniture and fixtures shall be incorporated into the landscape design referred to in this part to enhance livability, safety, and convenience. You know, the way it is, feels very nice to go out there and bask in this green grass, you know, in this golf hotel. There's encouragement to that in your home places. Next, please. So, part 17 talks about inspection and maintenance of the built environment. There's a provision for inspection of a building after every 5 years, so that there is constant monitoring of the health of a building. Sawa? How safe is this building? Are cracks developing? Is it well lit? Monitored and looked at after every 5 years. Several inspection types are being referred to there. For example, visual inspection, full structural civil inspection, building condition survey, among others. Next, please. Part 18 talks about non-waterborne waste disposal. It talks about siting, construction of pit latrines in detail, and the practice manual for sewerage and sanitation services is referred to. These are very important provision. And you can see paragraph 360 talks about a latrine and an ablution shall be provided as separate compartments. In each case, each compartment shall have a minimum provisions there. And 5 of the same paragraph talks about a family or group which does not exceed 12 persons shall have 1 latrine and 1 ablution, or a combination or a combined compartment in accordance with this paragraph. Huwezi weka watu na wana choo sawa. You must provide a toilet for them. And this is very important. I know all of us agree. Next, please. Part 19 talks about refuse disposal. And every building shall have approved means of refuse storage and disposal. So the paragraph also provides details of storage chambers and containers. Provisions regarding chutes, hoppers, and incinerators are provided. And this is very important, depending on where you are. For example, if you're in a hospital, when you do surgery and you amputate people's hands, where do you take that? Do you go burying? You incinerate. Waste management. Next, please. Part 20 talks about requirements for differently able people. That is basically requirements for people living with disability. And all buildings shall be planned for use by people living with disability. Are you together? Now, often people think living with disability is that because you are on wheelchairs and all that. But we forget that there are sometimes a disability that lasts with you for long, but sometimes there's a disability which is with you for a short period. For example, if you have an accident and you start walking in crutches, you see you need facilities to cater for your needs, right? Am I communicating? So it's very important. So the building code provides for that. And so this has to have stairs, steps, curbs, and doors and doorways which do not impede the passage of a wheelchair or access by a person living with disability. Very important. And there's a standard provided there which says, paragraph 37 says, a building shall be designed in a manner that facilitates access to the building and to the use of its facilities by a person living with a disability in accordance with that standard, KS ISO 21542 of 2011. Now, another provision very important, at least one parking or 1% of parking space, whichever is greater. So you must provide one parking at least. But in case you have a bigger space, you take 1% of the entire parking space to reserve it for people living with disability. Am I communicating? There are provisions also that a lift shall be provided for every floor to facilitate access by people living with disability, and other expectations like handrails, water closets for people who are living with disability, door corridors and ramps to improve accessibility they are provided for. Very important. Next, please. Another very important part is part 21 on fire safety and fire installations.
A building shall be designed and constructed to ensure that in case of a fire, safe evacuation is possible. If there is fire here, how safe is it to be evacuated from this building, for instance? There is a limit to spread of fire, and it remains stable, not to endanger other buildings. Okay? Equipment for detecting, fighting, controlling, and extinguishing fire are also provided for. So they are available when required. It provides expressly that a mechanical engineer should design and certify the firefighting system. So you don't just say I have a firefighting system. Has it been designed and certified by a mechanical engineer? A firefighting lift is also provided for as well as a firefighting and rescue staircase. These are very important provisions. Firefighting equipments like for a building higher than 6 meters are provided for, like hydrants, hose reel, dry riser, sprinkler, among others. And this is very important. I know you all agree with me. Next, please. Yeah, part fire safety and fire installation continues, and a provision is made for fire escape route, which must not be obstructed. So this room must be having a firefighting escape. And you cannot go there if that is a firefighting escape and then put something there that will, when I'm running out of fire, then I am blocked, I cannot come out. You understand the point? So that is provided in the code, and the exit doors should be provided depending on the occupancy of the building. For example, if we are going to have certain number of people in this place, sufficient exits routes are provided in the code. If you are in a church, if you are in a stadium, if you are in a hall, even the seating arrangement is organized such that you should be able to escape in case of a fire. Of course, a building, paragraph 433 says, a building that has emergency routes shall be clearly marked. Exit. You see that mark? So where there is an exit, fire exit, should be clearly marked and signposted to indicate the direction to be traveled in the case of an emergency in the approved size and position. If a building that exceeds 18 meters shall have a firefighting lift, a building that exceeds 18 meters shall have a firefighting lift serving all floors. That is also very well provided in the code. And obviously I've said a sitting arrangement in an auditorium, hall, or a grandstand shall be done to provide an unobstructed access to escape routes. I've been in halls where you are gathering 3,000 people. Those halls must be designed that people can escape. Sawa. And you arrange the seats that in case of an emergency, people can escape. Next, please. Of course, fire safety and fire installation continues. We want to highlight something there. Of course, this is all left to the responsibility of the owner, so that you are held responsible as the owner. Next, please. Part 22 talks about demolition of buildings, and demolition now has to be done in a way that prevents danger from fire or explosion. It also has to be done by people who understand the structure being demolished, and it has to be under immediate supervision of a qualified engineer or an architect. So that really we appreciate, or whoever is doing it appreciates the safety aspects of that building. Now, I know in other jurisdictions, there are contractors who are specialized demolition contractors. I was just watching the news yesterday, and a hotel in New Jersey that belonged to Donald Trump was just demolished. It was tall. So you have to use proper means of demolishing it, right? And well supervised. Sawa. Next, please. So that chapter on demolition also provides the codes that will guide how structures can be demolished. I'm almost finishing. Part 23 is on disaster risk management. And a person undertaking, that is paragraph 491, says a person undertaking a design, planning, preparation, or construction phase in the use or demolition of a project shall take account of general principles of disaster prevention in the performance of those duties during all the stages of the project. Very important. Persons involved in a construction shall coordinate. Coordinate is a word. Coordinate well for safety and health of everyone. You are not going to send one person to dig a very deep hole. Na mchanga kimwangukia si atakufa peke yake. Nani ataenda kusema aliangukiwa? Hakuna. So you are going to send people, at least 3, for example, so that they can help one another. Am I communicating? The owner has a duty to the designer of or contractor to provide all the pre-construction information. Now the building code also says that you can do your designs in Canada, in Australia, in South Africa. But when it comes to Kenya, it will have to comply with the building code. The provisions for health and safety during construction, records of health and safety, safe place of work, site, good order, and security are clearly provided for. Next, please. Of course, it discusses about stability of scaffolds and working platforms. Unajua mtu anaweza angua kwa scaffold na anakufa. Ile scaffold unaweka ukijenga around the building, you know, someone can fall and die, right? So there is safety measures taken into consideration in the code. For example, paragraph 543 says, a side of a working platform or working place which is at a height that exceeds 2 meters shall have guardrails as designed by a civil engineer. Ladders shall be safe to use. Guardrails and other means of preventing fall are also recommended. And every construction site, as based, from paragraph 518, every construction site shall be organized such that pedestrians and vehicles are able to move safely and without risk to the health. Very important. Next, please. This is 23 continues, and there are provisions for defects liability, and the contractor and qualified person shall provide performance security to the owner. Next, please. Part 24, which is the last part, talks about access roads, cul-de-sacs, and other private roads. It describes the width of streets and refers to the street design manual for urban areas in Kenya. Talks about private street or a cul-de-sac having a footpath of at least 2 meters. And it talks about the width of access roads. It talks about the specification for horizontal and vertical curves. I know civil engineers would know this, as well as the turning curve, vertical, horizontal and vertical curves, as well as a turning curve. And the guidelines for manholes, drainage, and channels for private streets are also provided. Next, please. So, once you finish all those paragraphs, there are 2 schedules. Schedule number 1, first schedule and second schedule. Now, the first schedule has tables. Tables talking about air exchange per hour, talking about the occupancy of buildings, talking about the solutions you can use for sanitation, whether septic tanks, whether SBR, whether MBR, MBBR, you know. Structural Eurocodes, for example, the table has reference to those. Then details on walls, you know, there's a green building index. There is sanitary features, description of all those. Very important for everyone, architects, engineers, quantity surveyors. The first schedule is very important. The tables are very important. And of course, fire resistance of floors, beams, columns, curtains, walls, and etc. Why should I design this building to withstand 30 minutes fire resistance or 60 minutes fire resistance? It is provided in the code and justification for that. The last and the second schedule has figures, and these are illustrative, very illustrative. For example, when you talk of the height of a building should not be less than 2.4 meters. What do we refer to? Do we refer from floor to floor, or do we refer from floor to ceiling? That is very well explained. The turning circles for vehicles is provided for. The measurement for of floor pan area, minimum floor height, of course I've mentioned that. The glass thickness and dimensions, lift well enclosure dimensions. Those are very well provided for in the document. And so the document is quite comprehensive in terms of providing details for building and with immediate environment within the building. And I hope you'll have time to interact with it and give your feedback to the committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'll just take you briefly through this one slide, basically giving us the way forward in terms of the steps that we have to take to ensure that the code is finally gazetted and approved by Parliament so that it can be ready for use by the industry. We are in the process of public and stakeholder consultation. Now, this is being done in furtherance to the provisions of the Constitution, specifically Article 10 of the Constitution, which requires that any policy or document must be taken through public participation before it is implemented. And also under the Statutory Instruments Act, Section 5 specifically, the body that makes a statutory instrument must fulfill this process before it is taken to Parliament. Parliament is very keen in terms of the processes of making or enacting subsidiary legislation, being one that is all-inclusive and does not infringe upon the rights of the citizens. Previously, before the 2010 Constitution, a document like this would have been taken through drafting, and once we are through, we take it to our cabinet secretary, and he merely signs and sends it to the government printer for gazettement. Once that is done, it will take effect. But post 2010, those steps have changed, and you notice that there is a lot of public and stakeholder engagement activities that take place before a document is published and enacted as law. So this process is very important. So we are at the first step. Now we are doing this on behalf of our cabinet secretary, our line cabinet secretary. The National Construction Authority is domiciled under the State Department of Public Works. The State Department of Public Works is under the larger Ministry of Transport, Infrastructure, Housing, Urban Development and Public Works. It's probably the ministry with the longest name. Our cabinet secretary is James Macharia. So this process is being done on his behalf because he's the one who will ultimately sign the regulation when it is being sent for gazettement. And he's also the one who is expected to go and defend it before Parliament. That's the Committee on Delegated Legislation that scrutinizes a statutory instrument before it is laid before the House for adoption. As he prepares the document, one of the key requirements that he is expected to fulfill is consultation with the board, and that's why we see that we have a board member present who is basically representing the chair of the board and the larger board to confirm that actually we are taking this process through the required steps. As we send the document to Parliament, it will be accompanied by two other documents. There will be an explanatory memoranda. The explanatory memoranda basically details the steps that the document has been taken through. the public and stakeholder engagements, which is what we are having, the records of this process. We'll have to attach the signing sheets that you have signed at the entrance, and actually confirm that we actually did go through this process. So it's very important. The process that we're going through is actually a constitutional and legal process that we have to meet in the development of the subsidiary legislation, or the statutory instrument for that matter. The other document that he will prepare is a regulatory impact statement. A regulatory impact statement basically details the effect of this regulation on the citizenry, on the people that it is supposed to be implemented on. And basically that is the entire citizenry. In as much as we are talking about the professionals, the contractors, the skilled workers in the built environment, ultimately we all are consumers of construction in one way or the other. We all live in a house, isn't it? So you must probably get one of these professionals to do the house. And if when they are doing the house for us, or whatever structure it is, they must comply with the requirements that are set out in the document. So it's a very important process for the public to understand what will be expected of them once the document is enacted. It will look at issues to do with the economy. I mean, if it will impose extra obligations, extra burdens on the citizenry, it has to highlight that, and the mitigating factors. It has to look at the sociological effects and explain them in a manner that then would give mitigating mitigations to the challenges that may be observed. So Parliament will also undertake its own public consultation, basically calling members of the public. You always see Parliament publishing any new regulations or legislations that are coming up for adoption or enactment, for public to actually come and confirm that they were part and parcel of the stakeholder engagement. So that will also be undertaken. And the committee will scrutinize the documentation and verify the contents of the documents that are submitted. That's the explanatory memoranda and the regulatory impact assessment, and do a report. Once that report is done, it will be laid before the House together with the gazetted regulations. And if the House so deems it fit, then it will adopt the regulations. And since these regulations also affect counties to a large extent, the Senate will also do the same, so that now once adopted, we should be able to implement the regulations. We are hoping that once we are through with the public and stakeholder engagement sometime in mid-March, we should then move on to the process of having the document published by our cabinet secretary and laid before the two houses. And we are looking at June as the deadline that we should have for the code coming into effect. So we have very tight timelines. We are now in February. So we really need to work hard to ensure that we comply with all those requirements. So upon adoption, it becomes the building code or the building regulations that will be used for the construction industry in Kenya. So that is what I wanted to basically explain before we move on to the next session, and will be the end of our presentation. So for those who understand that it's not Greek, it's just the local dialect. Now we want to move on to the next activity, but before we do so, we also wish to recognize the presence of the representative of the county commissioner, who has joined us while the session was ongoing. And I think before we go for tea, she can do a formal introduction and just welcome us to this region. Madam DCC, we invite you to come and maybe use this mic to introduce yourself.
So good morning. My name is Ramkat Rael. I'm Deputy County Commissioner for Kakamega East. I'm standing in for the County Commissioner who was unable to attend. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam DCC, and feel at home. Today we are under the chairmanship of our board member, who is the one leading this delegation, and basically seeing that we are doing the right thing. I also would like to recognize the presence of are you still the chair of the Western Region Kenya Federation of Master Builders?
Right now we are in View Park building, 14th floor. I think you will give me a chance to say something.
Yes, we will go into plenary at some point. So I just wanted you to welcome you, introduce yourself.
Yes.
And ask you where your members are, the other members of KFMB Western Region.
No, the communication was not actually, even me, you can see even my members are not here, but I was struggling actually, I should attend. One of our staff in NCA told me that he had forgotten me. So I'm wondering, in fact, I will penalize him. But we'll talk as we go on. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So I think it's tea time. So we invite you to go for a cup of tea. I don't know why it is being served. I don't know whether it's on the balcony on this side. Person, why is the tea being served? Downstairs, outside here. Okay, so we'll proceed and have a cup of tea, and then we can resume in another 15 minutes. I don't think we are that many. We can quickly grab a cup and come back in 15 minutes so that we can move on to the next session. So welcome to tea. Thank you. as the first presenter said, will either inform a revision of the draft, or if the revision is not possible, then we explain why that is not possible. So just before we go into plenary, we wanted to show you how the document looks. I don't know how many of us have interacted with the document as is, the draft that we have, that we are talking about this today, this day. By a show of hands, maybe one or two of us have had a look. I see a good friend from Kakamega County Government has already gone through it, so he must have some very incisive comments when we come to that session. So we would like to basically demonstrate to you how you can access the document online. I know in the public notice that we issued, we directed you to our website as the source of the document. So we need to just confirm that even as we leave here today, we are aware of where the document can be availed or obtained from. No, it's okay. Yvonne, you can just go to settings and duplicate the display. Just a minute. Okay, so we'll use that. I think there is a. So this is our landing page on the website. So if you want to access the document, you go to about us and scroll down to our key publications. So if you click on our key publications, you should be able to see the list of publications that are on the website. It is buffering and still loading, so I think it should come up. So the building code is the first document that is there at the moment. So you just click on download, and we should be able to. It's a fairly big, large document, as we said. It's about 5 MBs. So it's so that is it. That is how it looks currently. Of course, it is still reading the National Building Code 2020, but by the time it is published, because we got it from the Office of the Attorney General sometime in December 2020, so that has not changed, but it will change at some point. So when it is being sent for publication, so that it reads the current year. And That is how it is arranged. If you remember, the first presenter took us through the arrangement and what is contained in the various parts. So from part one, just scroll up. Part one is the preliminaries, covering the citation up to supervision of construction works. So the interpretations and definitions are all under that particular section. Part two is the citing and space about buildings. A fairly large part of the code with quite a number of paragraphs, all the way from paragraph 7 through to 36. Part 3 is the parking spaces, about 11 paragraphs, so quite elaborate. Site preparation under part 4, 49 to 59, that's 10 paragraphs. The building materials under part 5, that's 60 to 62, that's 3 paragraphs. Part 6 is the structural design, very important for our structural engineers, all the way to the 89th paragraph. Part 7 is spaces within buildings, about 9 paragraphs, so 90 to 99. Part 8 is the requirements for a flow or flows, so about four key paragraphs as far as that is concerned. Part 9 is the walls, 104 through to scroll down if one, through to 136. Part 10 is lighting and ventilation, again very important, 137 through to 177. Glazing and cladding, and part 11, sorry, that's 178, paragraph 178 to 199. Part 12 is the staircases, lifts and escalators, quite elaborate again, up to 244, paragraph 244. Part 13, it covers the roofs, 245 to 251. Part 14 is water services, drainage, waste disposal and stormwater drainage from 252 through to 323. The electrical and installations is also covered under 15. That's 324 through to 341. 16 is landscaping, 342 to 351. 17, there is inspection and maintenance of the built environment, 352 to 354. 18 is non-waterborne waste disposal, 355 to 360. 19, we have the refuse disposal provisions from paragraph 361 to 369. 20 is special requirements for people living with disabilities, 370 through to 381. At part 21 is fire safety and fire installations, a very important part from paragraph 382 all the way to 477. 22, the demolition of buildings, from 478 to 490. Part 23 is the disaster risk management on construction sites and the built environment from 491 all the way to, scroll down a bit, 530. And part 24 is the access roads, cul-de-sacs and other private roads, again from 531 through to 555. We have the schedules thereafter. So all the tables, all the calculations, all the figures are in the first schedule. So and the second schedule. So if there is any reference in the main part of the regulations that refers to a table, then you are going to find it in the first schedule. If there is any reference to figures, then you'll find them in the second schedule. So that is the key arrangement of the code as currently drafted. That is not cast in stone. Again, based on the outcome of these engagements that we are having across the country, that may change, and we will incorporate some of the provisions that may be necessary when the time comes. So at this point, ladies and gentlemen, we want to go into plenary. We could receive views, comments, or inputs as the case may be. We don't restrict. So we'll request somebody to basically take the microphone around. We will request that if you have a comment, you raise your hand, introduce yourself, state the institution that you're coming from for the record, and give us your views. So we'll take them in maybe threes, so that we can effectively respond to them. And the committee here will be more than glad to give us responses. So I don't know who wants to go first. Yes.
Thank you. As I said before, please allow me to speak when I'm seated. As I said before, my name is Michael Otechi. My current role is Clerk of Works for the hospital that is coming up, the Kakamega County Teaching and Referral Hospital. But further to that, I need to give a disclaimer that I'll speak on my own behalf, not on behalf of the Kakamega County the Kakamega County, because I heard the Bwana Wakili saying, the gentleman from the county. So having said that, I just want to thank the team that has come all the way from Nairobi, the committee that is charged with this responsibility. It's a big thing that you are doing for the objectives that have been set, and I think it's a commendable effort. After that, I wanted to ask one or two questions, you'd allow me, and then probably also allow me to just make a comment or two about the whole thing. What I wanted to ask first, the way it's trending, the way it's going, is the NCA, the way it's doing in this building code, I have to use that word, usurping the role of the county governments, because the constitution is clear about development control, that it's a role of the county governments. And that is also captured after the constitution. It is captured in the County Government Act of 2012, that it shall be the responsibility of the county governments to take the role of development control. I think we are clear that the NCA has had a long journey since its formation in 2012. Its initial role was actually to register just contractors, to ensure that only qualified contractors are allowed to carry out the construction. I've heard Bwana Wakili say that the cabinet mandated them to proceed. And I think we are agreed that as it is, there is no enforceable building code. Whatever is being used right now is that old code that we know about, the one that I'm holding right here. So it's only an informal reference. The late Justice Chesoni used to say that there is a lacuna in law as concerns building codes, that I can do a building and there's nothing to hold me to task about it. So I'm just wondering, is the NCA usurping that role that county governments are supposed to undertake under the Constitution and also under the County Government Act of 2012? Then after that question, I hope it's clear. After that question, there is a research that the NCA has carried out. I think you got a report that is dated 2019, about October. And one of the issues that you have been identified is that there is inadequate capacity by the counties, all the counties all over Kenya, in the enforcement and compliance of building codes. So I'm just wondering to myself, to what extent the draft that you put forward is solving that problem. I speak like this because if you look at the old bylaw 124 that people normally refer to, of the old building code, that bylaw, although it talks about registered architects being responsible for enforcement of the law, it gives a lot of discretion to mayors, to the extent that that created a loophole, many loopholes for quacks to practice in industry. So I would have been comfortable if the upcoming draft really captures that. And then what I can say about is that I've seen a lot of ERB being referred to. I've seen a lot of borax being referred to in the draft law. But we are aware, for example, that even the NCA itself, according to the reports that you've given us, you've registered 53,000 certificates countrywide. That does not include borax or ERB. So to what extent are these individuals that have been registered by NCA going to play the role in the enforcement of building standards in the law? That is that. And then the other thing is the draft code, as it has been drafted, does not outline the various stages through which buildings should be subjected to inspections. Instead, it leaves discretion for inspections to the engineer, and I think it says, that draft code says, deemed necessary in accordance with accepted professional practice. So it does not prescribe that the building will be inspected at foundation, at roof, or at this stage. It leaves that to the engineer's discretion. I think that is a big loophole. And then the other thing that I need to comment about is definitely the Kenya Bureau of Standards has adopted Eurocodes as their standards. But for those of us who went to school those years, Eurocodes are quite alien, and I don't know what the NCA will do so that it can educate the people who are practicing about. In fact, for me, Eurocodes are alien unless somebody starts to educate me about them. I've talked about the bylaw 124. It gives the county officials powers on approvals that really excludes the people who could be reducing the task of the issue of quacks in the industry. And then I think I've not seen anywhere in that code whereby there's this low-cost housing. The bulk of housing or constructions in this country are really low-cost. I think it would be necessary that the code captures the issue of the buildings that don't really fall within the higher bracket, that we know obviously are dealt with by people who are not necessarily highly qualified. And then the other bit, I hope that the committee will allow me. I do think that it's necessary that the committee considers to incorporate into this building code, because of that lack of capacity, that you incorporate private sector in the enforcement and compliance of this building code, so that it strengthens the capacity of these county governments to do the enforcement and compliance. And then I think it's very important that minimum qualifications are put in place, not a blanket. Minimum qualifications are put in place so that there are more building officials that are undertaking the responsibilities of this code. And then, of course, this is something that has been talked about. There is NCA, there is local government, there is, so inspections overlap many times during these building code inspections. So I think the building code needs to address that. And then you talked about cycles for revision of the building code. During the presentation by my friend the engineer, I've not seen anything talked about that this building code will be revised in these cycles. I happen to have some interactions with the International Code Council of the United States of America. It's definite that that code has a cycle, 3-year cycle. After 3 years, that code is revised. So I think it needs to be captured into that code, that there shall be a cycle that is definite. Thank you very much, Bwana Chair.
Thank you. Any other comment or question? Yeah. Yes.
As I said earlier, my name's Pastor John Alila Isiao, the regional chair and also the national treasurer of Kenya Federation of Master Builders. Mine, I'll just go to, I will not quote the court and whatever, but I'll just go to what is happening on the ground. Number one, I'm seeing something that, first of all, I'm thanking you as NCA for coming up strongly. And one of our chair, who is my chair, is a budgetary director of NCA called Engineer Witty. You work closely with him. The point that I want to come out is that NCA is a baby of Kenya Federation of Master Builders. I'm among the people who struggle very strongly with Moses Muya, Thomas Okola, by looking on something that can come out and regulate the industry of construction. So I'm part and parcel of NCA, but I'm seeing, being the regulator, I've seen, gone to, go directly to NCA. I can say that actually, unless you have the powers to control the county government, there is a very big problem there. You can see when you register a project, like for example, I was handling a case in Bungoma, which I interacted with one of your staff there. One of my members had gone and registered a project with a client. And a client went and threw him away and started dealing the project with the fundis. And the name of the contractor was still there. And up to now, that contractor is still complaining. Up to now, that contractor is crying because of the dues that he was to be paid was not paid. Number two, the county government of Kakamega or whatever it is in Kenya, a governor just choose to deal with a contractor he likes, which actually, to me, I look at it, you as NCA, what are you doing about it? Because this governor gets money from the national government, and he started choosing the people, as my colleagues have said, quacks, and giving the job, and they work without NCA controlling who is actually regulating the industry. Number four, I just want also to say that a contractor and also a client, when they start a project, is like they are equal partners. But they reach on the way, and it looks like a contractor is just a person to misuse, whereby they will go and hang maybe with a client, and most of the contractors, as we are talking, my colleague was asking me, where is the team of master builders? Most of them are dead, Most of them are on medicine because of not being paid. The other thing also I've seen here, and I may also want NCA to do, is that I want also NCA, when you register a contractor, like for example, you register a contractor in November 2020, I may request kindly to make this man work with this certificate within a year. Because you can find a contractor registering in March. When it reaches in June, they tell him now you register fresh. So I may request you kindly, as you look at that law, you make sure this contractor maybe has registered in November. When it reaches June, he passes June and register in November. This what I'm saying is not mine. It is the people who are raising this issue to their directors. Then the other thing also I wanted also to request the NCA, since you are the regulator, you give opportunity to the association. You make the association to become strong by giving them opportunity to train their members. Not you become a regulator and a trainer. That one I'm requesting you. Then the other thing also I've seen here and here, you can find a contractor. I think in the law, it says very clearly that a contractor should not have more than 4 jobs. Here in Kakamega, you can find a contractor is having 10 jobs. 10 jobs in numbers. And one does not have any. Then you find also the other thing in there, you find NCA 8, they are competing with NCA 1, NCA 2, NCA 3. So I think there should be something there to say this is a job for NCA 7, NCA 8, such that we limit these people, such that we build these young guys that are coming up. The other thing also I may request kindly is that penalty, when it comes to this issue of penalties, why couldn't you actually allow these people to come in the system such that we have a playground whereby, you know, some of these people, when they hear penalty, even right now you can see, you cannot, okay, they were late to tell me, but you cannot see even a member of mine here. People who are even, my brother here, I used to call people from all the corners and we were full up to outside there. Can you ask yourself, even if they delay to call me, maybe you have been communicating on the other line, where is the contractor? The contractor, this young guy cannot do work without having people like us of age, like my brother here, like my brother here. So can we make that playground to look very smoothly, whereby these quacks, maybe you can look a way of removing them in the system. The other thing also I'm seeing is that let all these contractors, they choose any association they can belong to, because you are the regulators. These contractors, if you don't have association, how will you get them when they have done something wrong? Look at NAT with the teachers. They work very closely with their union. Look at even Kupet, they work with their teachers. Why do you allow somebody just coming and register a company, blah, 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 tomorrow somebody is working? Can we tighten that section? The other thing also we are seeing here, I've seen here, and a complaint from the contractor is that we have our brothers in KRA which actually I think as you do something like this, you allow them. Is there somebody from the KRA? KRA? Yeah. So I wanted to say something. I've talked to them and they have done something very beautiful. They have become service. Any contractor who is here, when you're having a challenge with the KRA in Western region, just call me, I'll give you my number. They have become a service, not authority. You go and explain what is happening, blah, blah, blah. Then actually you are put in the system. So I'm requesting now, NCA is not here. And when a contractor wants to register his company, he's told go and finish with the KRA. So which means you people, you're not working with the KRA. Let the KRA do his own work and you do your own work. Because you see, them, as you do their work, because you can find somebody has got a job and he wants to register. He has a debt in KRA. Whereby KRA, there is somebody sitting there who doesn't want this man to get that job. And you have registered this man to become a contractor. So this man is fighting you to register him so that he can go and pay that debt. So I think with a lenient request, I may ask you kindly, as you look at those things, you make sure actually you talk to them such that there should be an agreement whereby you don't deny a contractor to do his bit. As I finished, I'm saying that some resolution as you go and regulate those industries or whatever it is, those laws, you add in all, why I'm saying those associations, I'm not saying you go to Kenya Federation of Mazabilas. You can go to any association. Such that those associations, as the county government have been formed, the board of procurement entities, one of the NCA board member or officers, as they award the project, one of our NCA or our association person to sit in that board, such that we see, is it a playground that is smooth to everybody? Because actually our people, as you are doing, as we are moving, people are dying. People are dying because of non-payment. People are dying because of being frustrated. I'm requesting as NCA, as a regulator, as our partner, please, can you look at those laws and make them tight such that our people can benefit as we do the work. God bless you so much. Tumunipigie makofi bwana. Tumesema kwa wingi sana. Amen.
Thank you. Thank you, Pastor John. There is or can we answer? Kindly allow us to just give, excuse me?
There's something I wanted to say, please.
Yes.
Chair, please allow me, in my contribution, I talked about Borax and ERB as captured in the draft building code. My point there is that besides Borax and ERB, there is KETRAB that is captured in law. It's already an act of parliament and they are allowed to be on sites. So where there is the presence of registered in Borax or ERB, I think it should be necessary that there is also registered in KETRAB. And the last thing is this landscaping thing, the item that was talked about in landscaping. We see a lot of, like, when you're walking on pavements in streets and so on, there's those stormwater drains on roads that are normally very dangerous. I think the building code can help if they can put regulation that the people who are fronting those areas, it's a responsibility for them that they make them up to where it is reasonable and safe for all road users. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So we'll just do a quick response because the issues that you raised first are pretty weighty. And I'm sure my committee members would want to just see where we can basically receive those comments and incorporate them. And we'll respond to the other issues also on the constitutionality of what we are doing at the appropriate time. So maybe, Engineer, you want to go first?
Thank you, Bwana Wakili, for the opportunity. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Michael or Tichi, because it's always encouraging when you have such an engagement, because it means really you are engaged in the process. I want to begin from the point you raised, and I know it will be better tackled also by the other committee members, but you raised the issue of conflict with counties between NCA and all that. Now, I wanted to draw yourself to the constitutional provisions in the 4th schedule of our constitution. The distribution of roles are very clear between the national and county governments. You realize that the housing policy and the general principles of planning and coordination of planning by the counties is the responsibility of national government, while planning and development in counties is the responsibility of county governments. That is very well expounded in the Constitution. And there is also the Physical Land Use Planning Act, which regulates development of land. PLUPA as it is. It aims to ensure optimal land use as well as managing human settlements at the national level. But counties are supposed to identify proper zones of industrial, commercial, residential, and social development. They are also supposed to come up with diagrams, illustrations, and description of current and anticipated developments in the county. So, the more you look at it, you realize there is a role for, yes, both NG and counties. And I'm sure that is very well stipulated, and there should not be conflict at all. Overall, the Act stipulates the principles of development control, and the development control involves so many things, just planning where this can go, where this cannot go, and all that. So I wanted to say that there is no conflict there. Besides the fact that even the NCA Act, and where now the building code comes in, the code itself, I think we have already said it's an adaptive law, which means counties still have the way of, appropriating it to their uniqueness. It is not something to be forced down their throat. So that space is there, and so that misunderstanding should not be there. But I know the committee has also better equipped people to handle that. But it's something personally I've written on, and so I thought I can say one or two. But Eurocodes, that is the second point I'll talk about. Eurocodes, you say they are alien to this country. They are not. On 2012, 14th September, the government gazetted Eurocodes as the design standards for structural designs in this country. On Gazette Notice 13048. So they are part of our law. The intention was the implementation cycle of Eurocodes will be between 2012 to 2021, by which time now we will now start using Eurocodes exclusively. And I can tell you, there are ongoing training for engineers in this country. I'm actually a trainer of Eurocodes. And just Monday I had a training with engineers who want to know how to use Eurocodes. In my office, I don't use BS anymore. I actually use Eurocodes. I have ever submitted designs in Nyamira County, and I was called by someone there. They told me, you cannot submit your drawings in British standards. I had to revise my work and submit the drawings in Eurocodes. So they are not alien in this country. What is there? There are opportunities for engineers who do not know how to use the Eurocodes to use them. And the trainings are ongoing under KEBS, and we can have more conversation around that.
So I needed to point that out, and you have talked about the processes of various stages of inspection. I think that's a good and valuable input, but the code is deliberately not prescriptive. The code will not come and tell you this is a process you go as you do structural design. You do geotechnical analysis, you determine wind, you determine seismic zone of this place, then you determine the dead loads, then you determine the live loads, then you use moment distribution method, then you transfer them. It does not do that. What does it tell you? It tells you you're going to use limit state design concepts. Not load factor method, not allowable stress method, not permissible stress. It has given you the principle to use for design. And then it is expected that when you're carrying the design, you're qualified to do that design. And so when you're submitting the design, it has met those performance expectations that it has been designed to Eurocodes, for example. Now, you will be held liable and responsible because your license has been useful to submit that project. Did you carry out inspection to make sure it meets the minimum standards? Is there evidence on site, when a contractor, that you did material tests on steel, on concrete, on building blocks? Can I see the evidence that there are lab tests that you did that? Slump tests, concrete cube crushing tests? Is there evidence that that is available on site? Then NCA will confirm that during inspections. And that is when the only county, for example, should now be saying this building was designed based, the design construction was carried based on the building code, and therefore you can be issued with certificate of occupation, for example. You understand? So it is not to say you have to follow step 1, 2 up to step 8 for you to carry out the design. That may not be possible. Otherwise, we are going to have a 10,000 page document, probably. So I just wanted to tackle those two. Thank you very much, Sim.
Yes, Chair. Sorry. Thank you. I think the committee has already responded to some of the issues that were raised, and almost all of them. The only thing that I wanted to respond to our brother Pastor, you are requesting us to enhance on our National Construction Authority Act. My request, and I urge all the participants here, both here and those ones who are following us virtually, that currently there is that call from the National Assembly urging members of the public to raise some of the issues they feel they should inform the amendment of the Act, of the National Act. So I will urge each one of you to raise your memorandum and furnish your respective, or furnish it to the National Assembly, but also lobby through your various MPs so that they can support that amendment and have that act that will serve the interests that you have raised here. So if you do that way, that will serve that. But for now, we are confined to receiving the amendments or any observation or any enhancement from your side that will help us to beef up the building code of 1968 and revise it appropriately to suit the needs or the tastes and preferences of this current situation. So if we confine to that, and then the rest that you have raised, kindly, it's a valid concern, but if we go the way I've advised, then you will have the best act that will help to bring out all those issues that you have raised. The second thing that you have talked about, which my brother has talked about, is about what you said, National Construction Authority interfering with roles of the county. I think that one I don't need to repeat it because it has been already responded to. But the other thing you talked about is a reference of how the building codes in other regions of the world, they have been doing, having a definite revision period. I think that's the issue that you talked about. If you were here when I was giving my opening remarks, you realize that we are mentioning that after we now make the building code is gazetted, and our MC said, don't look at building code 2020. It's going to be gazetted this year. It will be building code 2021. Immediately it's gazetted, then we are leaving it to be operational for a cycle of 5 years. After 5 years, then the revision will be done. So that is definite. Lastly, about how the NCA, National Construction Authority, is or National Construction Authority to help, and our CS, our MC is also the head of legal in our National Construction Authority. He is privy to that, and I think he will enhance on what I'm saying. We don't deal directly to influence the award of the contracts in this Republic of Kenya. What we do as an authority is to register all the contractors in Kenya. We list them on our website, and we urge all the procuring entities to visit our website so that they are able to know who are these registered. And even if that, when the tender is advertised, various tenders, you contractors, you know that, that tender should explicitly inform the public that the bidders, for you to be able to be eligible to be given, to be awarded that contract, you should be registered with the National Construction Authority. So if someone will bypass that, then the procuring entity is the one that will be on the receiving end, because they have ignored that registration that is key. And therefore, again, we go ahead as the authority. We have an elaborate mechanism of dealing with contractors. We believe all the contractors that are tied to these professional architects and quantity surveyors and all those professional bodies. So what we normally do as an authority, and if you look at, you read our act clearly, it spells out the procedures and steps, and even the conduct for the construction, conduct of the contractors. If you read that one also in detail, you will see that our procedure is actually to inform the professional bodies where these individuals are affiliated, and those ones will actually take necessary disciplinary issues against that person, either to ensure they bar that person from practicing, and if that is done and communicated to us, also we are going to take the necessary action based on that action that has been taken by the professional bodies. Let me allow the MC, because he's the head of legal, and also he's much better informed in terms of the legal interpretation, to enhance on what I've just said. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair of the session. I think you have elaborately explained what NCA does. In terms of the law, we are governed by the provisions of the National Construction Authority Act, which is fairly elaborate. I think around 15 functions are defined under Section 5 of the Act. Overall, we oversee and coordinate the construction industry. So that's a really major mandate that we have as an authority. Because as you coordinate, you have to work with very many players, including the counties. We cannot forget the counties. As you noticed during introductions, we had a representative from the Council of Governors here. They are here primarily because at the end of the day, we expect counties will be the ones that will adopt this document to implement for purposes of approvals. All approvals must be sought at county level. No one will come to NCA to get approvals. So we are simply making this possible. Even the document that you have, the Building Code of 1968, is an adopted bylaw. That's the first statement that is there, isn't it? It means it was enacted at national level, but the respective local authorities then were expected to adopt it as part of their bylaws for purposes of approvals. Same principle will apply in this case. That is, as much as we are having the regulations set as a national standard, we expect that counties will then go ahead and adapt the code for their unique situations. So that is not in dispute. I think that is really something that we have gone over, and as my colleague has explained, we are well within the constitution and legislative positions in this country. On the issue of procurement, as the chair has explained, there's a procurement law that clearly defines the steps that must be taken in the course of procurement. NCA does not seek to influence procurement at any stage. We simply assist the procuring entities in ensuring that the contractors that they seek to award contracts for works are registered and are duly qualified to perform those roles. We also have no limitation in terms of the number of contracts an entity can have at any given time. It depends on the capacity that they have. Because the registration that we have is all the way from NCA 1, which is the highest category, to NCA 8, which is the entry point, as we put it. So it's an issue of capacity. If you have capacity to do 10 projects at a go, you have to demonstrate that when you're doing your procurement, and that you have the capacity and the relevant categorization for that project, and you should be able to go ahead. So I think the issue of ensuring that we comply with the law, again, things like having a tax compliance certificate, that's a requirement of law. It is not NCA that has set up that. That's something that even whenever you require any service, I think the way we are going now, you cannot get any service if you are not tax compliant. And as you say, KRA is now offering services. It can give you a plan for repayment if you have a tax obligation that has not been settled. They will give you a plan, and once you exceed and you keep to that plan, they will allow you to continue working. So for us, when we ask for these documents, we are simply just doing them in furtherance of the requirements of the law, in requirements of coordination, because government at the end of the day has to work as one. We cannot be doing something else that is contrary to what another arm of government expects of us as citizens. So I think that has been well elaborated, and as we have said, we are looking for comments that enhance the document that we are discussing today. It's very important that we, even if we have not read it, we have had a presentation this morning. That presentation has probably opened our minds to what is in it for us, isn't it? So tunapouliza maswali, tunapotaka kujua ni nini kingine kiko kwenye hiki kijitabu, tuulize maswali ambayo yanalingana na yale ambayo tumezungumzia siku ya leo. Sababu ni muhimu tusikie vile wananchi na washikadau katika hii sekta ya ujenzi wanasema, kuliko yale mambo ambayo yanawahusu, ambayo yatawahusu kwenda mbele. Kwa hivyo ningependa tena kufungua nafasi hii kwa wengineo ambao wangependa kutuuliza maswali. Tunakubaliwa kuongea lugha za kitaifa, Kizungu na Kiswahili, sio? Kiluya sijui kama kuna mtu ambaye anaweza tafsiri kwa wengine. Lakini kwa leo acha tujaribu. Unaweza zungumza Kiswahili, unaweza zungumza Kiingereza ikiwa unakielewa, ili tuwe na mjadala ambao unaweza ukasaidia kuimarisha
maybe MC
hiki
Okay, sorry for that. MC, for those members who have already contributed, and those ones who feel like the media shy, or they fear using the microphone, I will request that our team that is taking around the microphone, you work with the notepads. So you make your suggestion. Those who have contributed, you are not limited. You can make further recommendations. Then you can furnish to us. You can furnish to Yvonne. Yvonne, you can stand. They can see you there. She's there. She's one of our legal team in the NCA. We also have him who is standing there, and we have other teams that even are registering you outside there. So any one of them, once they receive that, the comments that you could have raised, to write down. If you don't, raise it here. And those even who are following us virtually, we are also noting down the comments they are giving. So don't be limited. Utilize all the methods that we are providing so that we receive your comments here. Thank you.
So kulikuwa na swali, tafadhali simama utuelezee wewe ni nani na
habari yenu kila mtu. I don't want to make many comments. I only have one small thing to say, and that small thing is to congratulate you members having taken all your time restructuring this booklet called Building Code. The old Building Code, if some of you have read, does not constitute what you people have written in the new revised standard Building Code. So mine is to cheer you up. I'm sure what you might have left or forgotten are only a few things. Say measurements, deliberate on them, mention about corruption, because it is on a daily basis spoken by government officials. But above all, this is a very important office. NCA. It's not like the Minister of Works before. So that's the little I can make. My name is Ainea Mayende, coming from Rayas Contractors, Suppliers and Services Limited. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, we also want to be gender sensitive, that even as the men speak, the ladies in the house will also tell us what they feel about the document, even if it is just saying that we are present and we have not seen the document, but we will read it. It's a good assurance, isn't it? How many are students here? Of any subject, from which institution?
Can I choose one?
Yes, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lisa Mbiaka. I'm from Masinde Muliro. I'm here with my colleagues. Yeah, we are attached at Kenha, and we were invited to this forum. And yeah, we will go through the document and learn about the building codes. We are all doing civil engineering. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. So we have a very important stakeholder here. A student from Masinde Muliro University, from the civil engineering department, isn't it? Yesterday, we were in Kisumu, and an engineer from Kenha gave us some very positive feedback regarding the document. And his concern was relating to the siting of buildings along the roads, and how it affects the quality of the road, how it deals with issues of drainage, how it storm waters and other things. I'm sure those are things that you are concerned about even as you're working at KENHA. So the code is very relevant in your studies in relation to the output that you will eventually have, that is the road, and how that road will be accessed from the building. Because the other concern they had is that a lot of buildings are being put up facing the main road without an access being provided to join the road, such that when you're coming from the building, you're entering a main trunk, which is actually a danger, isn't it? So those are things that are very relevant. So the code has provisions related to siting of a building. I would wish to invite you to read them and understand. Civil engineering should not be very different from structural engineering. Maybe the engineer can correct me, isn't it? So you'll be doing buildings also at some point in your practice when you get out there. So it's good to know how this document will affect your practice as you go there. And if I was one of your lecturers, I would actually set an exam from this document so that I see how much you have read about it, isn't it? Anyway, that's on a light touch. There was a gentleman here who wanted to say something. Kindly say who you are, the institution that you come from, and what your comments are.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Architect Omboto Boniface. I'm Director of Bonac Associates, Kakamega branch. I may not want to say something at the moment, but I wanted to know if there's a way I can maybe send my memorandum once I've gone through the whole document to give my comments, possibly an email or something like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Architect. Yes, we do have an email. We'll share with you the email, but I think it's buildingcode@nca.go.ke. In the public notice that we published in the press about 8 days ago, it is there. It is a public notice that was issued by our line principal secretary. It clearly states the address to which you can send memoranda and comments. So we invite those comments kindly because they will go a long way in improving the document that we currently are deliberating on. So further comments, please. Anyone who wants to say something? Yes, engineer.
Just a point of concern from the clerk of works. You raised an issue about recognition of engineering technologies in the building code. As a committee, when we retreat, we will see what are technologists, what is the input of technologists in the building construction industry. What role do they play? Because we know they've already have a registration board, which has been established through an act of parliament. But the big question to us as a committee, which we shall respond to, do they play any role in the building construction industry? Like look at, for example, like a structural engineering technologist. Does he do structural designs? So those are the issues as a committee. When we retreat, we'll look at them. If there is a role they play, then we shall recognize them in the building code. Unless Engineer Kiteme, you got thank you.
Engineer, you're right. You're right in stating that. Basically, so
Can you hear me now? You can hear me? Okay. So, me, I can shout even without them. So, but the point is, the building arrangement has so many of our players. You are thinking of a plumber, you are thinking of a mason. You know, you begin from the crafts people, and then you have the middle level technicians, technologists, all the way to the engineers. They all have a place in the building code. In the sense that when we specify a material, masonry, the way the masonry or whatever thing, performance expectations, who is going to do that? It's a mason. When we specify the plaster, situation, who is going to do that? Is a mason or someone like that. Stuff like that. So the building code covers performance expectations for every player in the building industry to comply with. Now, there is that debate, and it's obvious, of KETRA, BBK, and blah, blah, blah. And you will be interested to know even the country is trying to join some international mobility accords, like the Washington Accord, the Sydney Accord, and the Dublin Accord. So at that level, government still has to find that alignment properly, because there's a work of a technologies and technician in the construction that is there. For example, when the NCA is coming to inspect a site, when the county people come in to inspect a site, they're supposed to meet probably the clerk of works. The clerk of works, they must keep the proper record for steel that was tested, concrete that was tested, all the quality control aspects, safety on site. Are you together? So it is not an exclusive domain of the people who have been mentioned here, the architects and all that. I think even the QS hostel in the building does not recognize QS. Can you submit a building approval in the NCA without a QS? No, because the QS has to give you the costing, which you are going to submit the building and all that. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, so overall, we have to look at it from that perspective of we are focusing on the building and the developer, the architect, the engineer, the tradesman, the contractor, the craftsman, the technologists, technicians, they are going to meet those performance expectations. Are you together? But of course, the conversation about the role of the technicians and all that, it can also be looked in the sense of what structure do we have. And I will give you another example. Doctors. There is a work that a clinical officer cannot do. Probably he can do a circumcision, which is a surgery, but he cannot do brain surgery, or something to do with orthopedics. But a clinical officer can work with a doctor or a surgeon when the surgeon is doing the most complicated surgery, for example. We have anesthetists and anesthesiologists. We have all those layers in the structure, and we have a nurse in that process, nurse and so there is a hierarchy, and they form a team. So there should also be an aspect of us in the construction industry being able to form a team that can deliver on a task. Am I communicating? I will probably design, but it will be detailed by our technicians and something like that. I will not probably spend all the time trying to detail and stuff like that. But we have all, as a team, to meet the performance expectations that have been put in by the building code. Am I communicating? So that is simple. It's a simple illustration to show the focus that we have been on the building code. So that, of course, we don't veer off and leave the building code. But yes, there's a space for conversation around the space for everyone in the building code. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer, for that clarification. There was also another one, whether there is capacity within the counties. I think that is something that we can discuss later. But of course, our our expectation is that with time, by the time the code comes into place, then we should have sufficient capacity within the counties to basically do the approvals, because we don't expect that an engineer, an architect, and all other professionals within the built environment doing their designs, and then when they submit them for approval, it is approved, or somebody, the person who is reviewing it for approval, does not have the qualifications that are necessary to basically understand what has been placed before them. So that is a conversation that we generally have to take forward and ensure that all counties are at the same level, because we need that capacity to ensure that the quality that is anticipated in the code is what is being implemented on the ground, and that is an output of sufficient capacity within our counties. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to believe that we have come to the end of plenary, so to speak, because I have asked whether there is any further comment or input, and I have not seen any hand being raised. So I want to believe that, yes. Yep, maybe she can get you the microphone so that you tell us your name and where you come from.
Okay, I'll talk the shortest time possible because I know you are winding up. I'm Nathan Owino. I'm also from Kenha. I'm one of the students who came here today, and I'm also in the same field of civil and structural engineering. So my question was, as we've been going through the document, okay, I'm still learning more about the document because we've not gone through it in details. There is this regulation that NCA came up with sometime in the last year, and in that regulation they were saying that contractors should be held liable for any building for up to 7 years. So in case the builder owner sees there is some defect on that building, the contractor is supposed to be called back and correct those problems. So I was like thinking, can this, should this regulation be stripped? Because I think the contractors are already complaining of longer period of payment. So what informed such like a regulation? Because if the number of years was to be given, I think 7 is too high. 2 years could have been better, or even 1 year, but 7, according to what I think, is supposed to be a very long period. But I know maybe I don't have very much experience in that field. You can explain that better for me.
Okay, thank you for that question. The specific regulations that you are referring to are the defects liability regulations, and they identify the issues to do with latent and patent defects in a building, mostly commercial buildings that have been done by a team, that is the contractor, the professionals, that is the architect, the engineer, and basically gives them an obligation for any latent defects that may occur, is up to, I think, up to 6 years after the building has been completed. And the experience has been that in the course of time we have had collapses or accidents occurring on structures that have been put up by these teams. But once they move out of sight, then the owner is left dealing with the defects that may not have been seen during the normal defects liability period, which is usually about 6 months to 1 year. Some of those defects, the settlement and other aspects, occur way after the defects liability, and yet in a professional sense, they ought to have been anticipated and provided for. So that is what it is trying to address, so that as you implement the project, then you ensure that you actually comply with the standards. As we are talking about today, it's the building code. So you make sure that whatever is required of you as a designer of a building, you comply with it. As a contractor implements, he implements what is in the design, Then, of course, if you comply with that and you can prove, then that should not be a cause of worry. But of course, over and above that, if you follow the trends, is that there's a proposal to have an insurance policy that would cover such eventualities. So that is also before Parliament for debate and enactment. So I was saying that we have come to the end of our session today in this Western region, and we are happy that we have had a good attendance from yourselves. As we leave, we will definitely take your comments on board, deliberate, and see how we can incorporate them. As we say, the window for submission of comments is not yet closed. You can still do so by accessing the document, reviewing it from, of course, from our website. The public notice is actually on the landing page of our website, so you can get the details of where you can send the document to. But the email that we have provided is buildingcode@nca.go.ke, through which you can quickly submit your submissions and they'll reach us. In as much as we have provided the postal and physical address, the fastest way through which you can send those comments for us to be able to receive them and deal with them is through our email. You can also send those to our other email, which is info@nca.go.ke. info@nca.go.ke should also be an email through which you can send those comments, and we'll be happy to receive them. So now I will invite our team leader to come and invite the chair of the session to close this stakeholder engagement for us, and also invite somebody to pray for us at the end of the session. Karibu Bwana Kilonzi.
Yeah, I think it's some minutes past the lunch hour, but I think we are still on time. We have not lost a lot of time, even though we started late with the session. Thank you so much, Samson, for taking us through that session from morning up to this time. I think we, through your guidance, we have been able to achieve the objective of being here today. Special thanks to our team member, Engineer Kiteme, for a wonderful presentation and sharing insights on the code with the team that is here, and also the team that has been following us online. Thank you so much, Engineer, for doing that. Members, I also want to thank you so much for finding time to come and be with us in this place. Without your presence here, without your participation in the function that you have had, we could not have achieved what we intended to achieve. So we thank you so much for finding your time to come and be with us in this session. And I think we have taken on board the proposals that we have received. As you retreat, we are going to factor that in the report that you are working on for this engagement. So thank you so much for coming over and being with us. I think at this point, I just want to request that after the session is closed, before we settle down for our lunch, we just assemble outside the hotel so that we take a group photo. I think it's very important for this session. It's part of the evidence that you are here and we had the engagement in Kakamega. So I request that after we have the closing ceremony by the chair, we just assemble outside there at the front end. We'll be guided on where we can take the photo. So then, as Samson and also the presenter have said, this should not be the final engagement that you're having with you. If you have another comment, just log into our website, access the document. There is also a form that has been created online where you can log in and you're able to submit your feedback relating to the code, or you can also do it through the email that is provided for on the website. So this should not be the last engagement that we are having with you. If there is any other feedback that you want to give, kindly make a submission using that channel, the email that you provided. I think as per the program, as per the stakeholder participation program that we have, we are supposed to have it up to, I think, the 2nd or 3rd of March. The window is still open to receive comments on the document. So with those few remarks, I will request the chair of the session, Professor Godric, to come and close the session for us. Karibu, Director.
Our session MC today, the committee that was in charge of this, Engineer Shama, the team, we really appreciate. I thought you will take a lot of water. Yeah, I can see you have energy. If you see a fellow presenter finishing without taking water, that shows that that person has energy, or maybe appreciates your keenness and attendance. So we want to really thank the team that has really coordinated this. We want also to thank the management of Kakamega Golf Hotel for a well coordinated function too, by making sure that the environment within which we are operating in is safe, and also the team that was coordinating this, the Fort Estate, and also the people, camera people dealing with the PA system. Now, as you have been informed, we are engaging the stakeholder and the public up to 2nd, and the climax of that will be Nairobi. The 2nd will be Nairobi at Bomas of Kenya, and therefore, if you have anything, you can still submit through the mode that you have been informed, through the emails that you have been provided for. But you can also still join your other participants who will be at Bomas of Kenya, or you check the schedules of the regions we are. I have seen some guys maybe who are in Kisumu, they could have happened to be here today again. You can still even move with us in other regions that we are having that engagement. So you are not obstructed or barred from that attendance, but you can still continue to furnish us with the information that you require us to incorporate. The committee that is here is determined and is going to ensure that all your views, valid of course, views will be incorporated as required. For now, I just want to thank you, and want to thank also the team that is following us virtually, that we recognize your presence there. We recognize you who have come here physically here, and we want to say, may God bless you so much, because this is a commitment, and it also shows that you love your country, you also love the environment which you live in, and you want to ensure that anything that is constructed on it, the resources that you are entrusted by God himself, is utilized in a more efficient and prudent way. So this building code will assure you that, and will ensure that everything is done as required by the law. For this, I want to wish the team, all the teams that are here, if those who are still continuing here, our Deputy County Commissioner who is here with us, that also assures us of our security. We want to thank you for the security you have provided. Some of us, we could have been here from yesterday. I don't think there's anybody who witnessed any problem moving around this place. The town is so clean. I believe you have witnessed that. But if you'll have to travel back to your various destinations, us is to wish you journey masses, convey our greetings to other folks outside there. Tell them NCA is a friend, and NCA is here to guarantee the safety of everyone. We are not here to police anything, but to ensure we work with you for your purposes of your safety. For that, I want also to assure you that the board of directors, we are working with you. We have representatives representing your bodies, like my brother pastor here. We have our director, Maurice Owiti, engineer, who is one of the board member, and we want to assure you that the representation is covering all the professionals in Kenya. So you need not to worry. If you don't raise it here, then your representatives who are in the board will definitely do so on your behalf. We welcome you for lunch after this. Lunch is provided for, and we shall urge all of us to join taking that lunch here, and that is because you have really worked with us in this journey. So the lunch is provided, so don't leave after the fourth session, but join us in taking something that has been provided here. Otherwise, I want to declare that this meeting, the stakeholder engagement at this place, Kakamega Golf Club, is officially closed, and may God bless you.
We are seeking for a volunteer to pray for us as we go.
Let's bow down our heads as we pray. Father, in the mighty name of Jesus, we thank you, Lord, this moment for the far you have brought us. You started the meeting with us, you have directed us, and this far we say thank you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.